And we're live. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. So, again, today we are continuing throughout the journey of this symbolic tree, you know. A lot of work is ahead of us. Let's finish this bottom of tree already and maybe start to work around the line art around the tree or something. We'll see. Whoa, wrong color. If the music is too loud or anything, just let me know. I can't wait to start painting, you know. we took like 4 or maybe even 5 streams for line work only, so it's about time to paint this bitch. We'll see. Because maybe I'm gonna include more illustration here and here. I don't know. Let's just go with the flow. Let's see if I'm gonna like overlap the tree here also, maybe. Just let me save first. Save it as a new document. And let's try to overlap a bit to see how it goes, you know. Just check something. I'm just making a few adjustments in the stream. Okay, we're good. I can continue. Let's see what are we gonna do here. Okay, now the other snake tail. We're gonna overlap it also. So just the upper part of the snakes are gonna stay like none overlapped, you know. No. Okay-ish. Just I unzoomed it and thinking about, you know, what I'm gonna do with the rest of the illustration. I think I need to make this background a bit less white because it goes easier on my eyes, you know? Yeah, definitely. Nope. Okay. Save the progress. Just a bit. I want to demo a little bit with this part. Dun, 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 dun. I'm finished with the line art of the tree at the moment, so I'm probably gonna back on it. But first, let's dabble a little bit in other stuff. Try to like figure out what we're gonna do next. So now I'm reversing to a sketch phase because I want to explore a little bit this theme. Nah, I don't think so. Oh, don't like this idea. Let's try something else. It's over the top. Everything they put is over the top for me at the moment, and it goes to realism. So I wanna keep this like more in a symbolic world. Let's see. Maybe just. let's try the vignette, but I don't think it's gonna be a good idea. But anyway, I just want to try it. Yeah. Thing about this is I think it's too much small, so I think I'm gonna increase the size of it a little bit. And polish it a little bit also after that. I'm still not sure about this vignette, but I just want to give it a chance, you know. No. No. Ugh. Try to add something here. An idea. space is just too small. This is strange. The room for this part of illustration is like mega small, so what I like about this is that the ratio and the size of the sleeves. So I'm gonna make this one a little bigger. And I'm gonna put the smaller one in the center. Like this, yeah. Let's just test it out to see how it's gonna look. Yep, so we need to reduce a little bit. Or maybe not, who knows? We'll see. I have a little block here at the moment. I'm just still trying to figure out what am I doing with this vignette. Okay, I think I just found some interesting video on YouTube, and let's listen to it together. But if it goes like way off, I'm gonna just switch to something else.
It has always seemed to me that when we begin to study the work of a human being, we become interested in the human being behind the work. Perhaps this should not be true. Perhaps we should accept things simply on their face value. But we are all tied and bound to the human state, and we like to orient our heroes in that state. We are actually perhaps helped more by the humanity in man than we are in the supposed divinity in man. The humanity brings us close together, and in the case of General Pike, it reveals to us the happy combination of a scholar and a truly delightful person. A person who had many friends simply because he was friendly, and who had an almost unending sense of humor, even though much of his life was burdened with most serious responsibilities. We have tried to have something to say about the General as a person, therefore, each evening, and we're going to select a few points this evening from early articles about him, which perhaps are not generally known and which may not be included in the popular available biographies. After he reached the area of Little Rock, Arkansas, which he came to sometime after 1832, and here became a small village school teacher, teaching in a log cabin schoolhouse, we find that a natural tendency which showed from his early boyhood continued to unfold, and that was his poetic abilities, which were largely recognized and which undoubtedly have contributed to the beauty of the work that he did. We find, for instance, that while he was teaching school, this biographer notes, again his pen was busy, writing verses for the Little Rock Advocate, as well as political articles, under the pen name Casca, which attracted so much notice that Horace Greeley reprinted them in the New York Tribune. And so shortly after, there was a statewide search in Arkansas to discover who this Casca was, and it finally centered upon this rather amiable, somewhat timid, round-shouldered schoolteacher. And from that time on, his literary fame increased, and he has left quite a rich legacy of good poetry, which will be of interest to one group of persons. Also, Albert Pike was involved in the Mexican War prior to the time of the Civil War, and we find the following notes. In the war with Mexico, Pike won fame for his valor at the field of Buena Vista, and enshrined the story of this occasion in one of his poems. After the war, he took up the cause of the Indians, whose life and happiness fascinated him, and who he felt were being robbed of their rights. He carried their cause to the Supreme Court, to whose bar he was admitted in 1849, together with Abraham Lincoln and Hannibal Hamlin. His speech in the case of the Senator Ward to the Choctaws is famous, and Webster passed high eulogy upon it. Judged by any test, Pike was a great orator, uniting learning with practical acumen, grace with power, and that imperious magnetism which only a genius can command. Albert Pike was made a master mason in Western Star Lodge No. 1, Little Rock, Arkansas, July 1850. And from that time on, we see the forces at work which caused him gradually to turn practically all of his learning in the direction of Freemasonry. He had brought to it brilliant legal background, a good literary background, and outstanding achievements in poetry and essay, and he also brought to it a tremendous personal capacity for research and study. As a result of his initiation into the order and his gradual increasing interest in it from a philosophical standpoint, we find his following summary of the situation which caused him to devote his entire life, practically from that time on, with the brief interlude of the Civil War, to the advancement of the Masonic research program. He says of Masonry, "It began to shape itself to my individual vision into something imposing and majestic, solemnly mysterious and grand. It seemed to me like the pyramids in their grandeur and loneliness, in whose yet undiscovered chambers may be hidden for the enlightenment of coming generations the sacred books of the Egyptians, so long lost to the world, like the Sphinx, half buried in the sands. In its symbolism, which, and its spirit of brotherhood, are its essence, Freemasonry is more ancient than any of the world's living religions. So I came at last to see that its symbolism is its soul." From this foundation, we can perhaps begin to estimate why he devoted the greater part of his effective, mature life to the effort to restore this symbolism, and why, in order to do so, he had to follow an ancient course, and that is to seek in the most remote corners of the world and in the most difficult branches of learning for the keys to these symbols. And also, as he expresses it, he had to penetrate layer after layer of interpretation, the incrustations of ages, the pollutions of both time and era, in an effort to restore as far as possible the primitive meanings of these ancient figures. And so this evening we are going to devote most of our time to exploring along with him and in his way the essential symbols with which he became concerned. Pike would have been the first to point out that these symbols are not the private property of Masonry. These symbols derive themselves from practically every tradition of the world. Yet that there must be beneath all symbolism a substance, a meaning real and valid, would seem to be of interest and importance to us all. For in the search into the field of comparative religion, in which symbolism plays a most vital part, we come constantly upon images and figures difficult to comprehend, confusing, and at the same time utterly fascinating. We also realize that in this pursuit of symbolic lore to its fountainhead, we must begin with some conviction, some concept. And General Pike begins with one very basic fact, namely that the symbol, which has endured from time immemorial, going back to the earliest thinking, to the most basic ideals of the human race, comes the nearest to anything that we have to a universal language. The moment we lock our thoughts in words, we restrict our meanings to those of kindred tongue. The moment we attempt to interpret in the terms of familiar things, we also impose a dogmatism upon meaning. And gradually most symbols have been dogmatized. They have been given a meaning, or perhaps a group of meanings, and these are assumed to exhaust the research in the subject. The moment we place a dogma upon any natural growing concept, we blight it with an early frost. We create a pattern of acceptances, a mere lip acceptance of terms and words and patterns, presumably exhausted by those who have gone before us. Pike warned of this very definitely. He stated that there may be 1,000 interpretations already known for a certain symbol, but if we are content to accept any or all of them, we shall some way deprive ourselves of the greatest adventure of all, and that is the personal exploration of the idea, the search within ourselves for meaning, and that the language of symbolism invites us all to search for meaning. He next assumes, which I think most of us here would concur with his belief, that not only was symbolism a language, but it was a language about something. It was a language relating to a particular kind of material, a particular level of fact. And the reason that this fact has remained expressed only in symbolism for thousands of years is due to one circumstance, in itself also undeniable. That is, that men have never found a better way of perpetuating these facts than through symbols. Had at any time the full and true meaning of a symbol been so completely, absolutely, and entirely crystallized that it could be presented in an irrefutable literary or philosophical statement, the symbol itself would have vanished. It would have no longer been significant. Men do not search for that which is found, but for that which is not found. The individual, therefore, is entitled to assume that the language of symbolism relates to something about which there is no common knowledge, about which there is no other adequate instrument for the perpetuation of certain ideas. What type of material would be, therefore, most likely to be locked in an enigma, to be concealed behind some form, shadow, or semblance not identical with its own structure or nature? The answer would have to be that it is some kind of knowledge pertaining to things not to be literally seen, not to be factually examined, not available in their full and pure substance, but to be known only through the lengthened shadows of themselves, cast upon matter, cast upon mind, and gradually molded into a fantastic imagery. Such knowledge as this would therefore not be the knowledge that has descended to us in philosophy. It would not be the knowledge available to us in the rituals and formulas of accepted theology. It would not be the type of knowledge that could be expounded in mere mathematical formula or revealed to us completely under a scientific hypothesis. It has to be something in its own nature so elusive that it cannot be captured, and can therefore only be known through this shadow cast by itself. The answer again in Pike's thinking is obvious. That which is not available to us in knowledge is simple. It is knowledge itself. In other words, we know about many things and the substance of very little. We have learned opinions on innumerable problems, conditions, circumstances, but this essential knowing, which might cause the individual with the full realization of the meaning of his words to say, "This I know," this level of knowing is exceedingly scarce. And where it exists, it relates mostly to secondary things. We know that the sun appears to rise. We know the length of days and of hours. We know certain laws of architecture. We know certain ways of analyzing the chemical constitutions of things. By mathematical formula, we can split an atom, but by mathematical formula, we do not know what an atom is. The true and essential knowledge, therefore, is not in its pure substance ever available to man in a natural state. If it comes to him, how does he receive it? He must receive it by revelation, by vision, by intuition, by insight. He must in some way gain it through an experience which he cannot share with others. He may attempt to share, but the moment a knowing passes from him to another, that which comes to him as knowing is accepted by that other as an acceptance, as an opinion, as an interpretation, or as a belief. Therefore, that which we communicate can be believed by others, but that which we communicate can only be known to ourselves. There is this mysterious interval between self and others. And while our own insight may convince us of the inevitable truth of a thing, we also come upon another dilemma. The insight of others give to them different interpretations of the same thing. Therefore, to say I know is not only an indication of penetration, but it is also a completely individual project. The individual can know for himself. He may know that which is necessary to himself. But this knowing, he cannot say, will be identical with the knowing of any other person. He may like to affirm the philosophical concept that if persons come to the same level of insight, they will attain to the same substance of knowing. But as each person is different, it has become exceedingly difficult to assume or to discover even the levels of insight upon which a number of persons may function. The only levels we have available to us are levels of interpretation, levels of believing, and levels of acceptances. Thus, according to General Pike, it would seem obvious that a symbolism which is extended around the world and it descended throughout time to be valid, to be worthy of perpetuation, to hold as it has the admiration of the most learned and the most informed and enlightened of mortals, that this symbolism must deal with these things about which man cannot come to external factual knowledge. These symbols must therefore relate not to effects but to causes, not to consequences as we see them, but substances as they exist in the nature of being. He is strengthened in this concept by another point, namely, that the great wealth of symbolism has grown up around sacred matters. The greater body of symbolism has to do with the attributes of deity, with the substance of human consciousness, with the nature of the human soul, with the substance and material of the human mind, and also, in large measure, with the great circle or cycle of man's psychic experience, leading not only through the years of this life, but postulating the future state of the soul in time to come and beyond the grave. These things, then, relate to certainties which men desire to possess, but which they do not at the present time adequately possess. Thus it is no common knowledge which can be easily rescued and then turned into sermons or into texts, but an uncommon kind of knowledge. That knowledge which has to do with ultimates, with infinites, and with the great universal values which men have sought from the beginning, and about which even now they have come to no common conclusion. If this then be the burden of symbolism, General Pike can justify his own statement that it is to be found in its purest and most wonderful form in the great mystery institutions of the ancient world. These institutions were dedicated to the greatest spiritual values that we know. And the greater the spiritual dedication, the more luxurious was the symbolism employed, the more fantastic the imagery, the more complicated the keys to its unlocking. And wherever we went, or wherever we go in the search of the ruins of ancient wisdom, we behold the sanctuary ornamented with devices difficult to interpret, of unknown origin, and dealing with the most abstract convictions of man. Now, symbolism then breaks down into a series of patterns, and our beginnings of symbolism undoubtedly go back to the dawn of our experience. And for a moment let us pause and consider some of the most aboriginal pictoglyphs that we have been able to discover in the search for our knowledge of primordial man. On rocks, upon the face of great boulders and ancient cliffs, rising in desert and wilderness, we find strange devices, mostly simple, geometrical, basic forms. These devices are sometimes referred to as picture writing. There are many examples of picture writing right here in the state of California. We find many rocks covered with strange forms and figures. Why were they put there? Who put them there? How shall we decipher them? They were put there by crude instruments, perhaps the chiseling of a stone with a harder stone, perhaps in some cases with the use of early tempered copper, or as the Egyptians, various files and chisels and other instruments of soft metal, their teeth set in jade or in emerald in order to give them a cutting edge. These ancient symbols were put for one reason primarily. They were to perpetuate something. It was that the man who put them there, or the tribe who fashioned this strange picture writing, wished to leave a record of something. Perhaps his basic impulse was completely egocentric, although undoubtedly he had no awareness of it, never having been under psychoanalysis. But in any event, perhaps what he was searching for was one of the most basic needs that man experiences. He was searching, rather pathetically, childishly, desperately, for immortality. He was searching for that mysterious quality of not being forgotten. He wanted to live. He wanted to live in one of two ways that he knew that man could live. He believed, probably, from example and sorry incident around him, that this physical part of his own nature was fragile and would not long endure. But there was another part of it, his dream, his hope, the great and wonderful deeds that he had done, his claim to be remembered, his claim to make a contribution to those who came after him, his claim that those who followed would remember the hunt and the forest and the day when he had slain the great mammoth. These things he wanted to have live because they were his hero self. And today, even in this 20th century, there are well-educated, scientifically trained human beings who have had exposure to 3,000 or 4,000 years of culture, who will say today that no man has any immortality except to be remembered through his works. This is not an uncommon attitude among those who feel that they are emancipated from all the superstitions of the past. But this primitive man wanted to be remembered. He therefore used devices. And where did he find his symbols? He found his symbols in the beginning of language, nature. He found his first speech in the sounds of nature. He found his first designs and artistry in the simple, crude representation of things around him, things to which he gave a new kind of meaning. And in most cases, this meaning was a motion from a concrete to an abstract point of view. For example, perhaps he regarded the great cave bear as a very strong and brave animal. Now, this brought with it a gradual development of an idea, an association mechanism. And in time, the glyph of the cave bear was no longer a representation of this animal, merely to perpetuate the animal. It became the symbol of the attributes that the primitive mind associated with the animal. Therefore, this bear became the emblem of strength, or of courage, or of endurance, or whatever attribute the human being found most acceptable in the study of the animal. Thus, by degrees, men developed totems in which they took the names of these creatures as symbols of their powers. We find this still among American Indian tribes and among many other primitive people. And in all through the Central American complex of civilizations, we find that the totem, or the symbol of the person, is placed above his head in the glyphs. And this gives the key to his name and to the virtues which he represents, or to the dedication of his own life, to the exemplification of certain qualities. Thus we see the bear becoming the symbol of bravery. We see the sun losing its actual astronomical meaning to become one of several things. First, light. Second, time. The sun became a symbol of time because it gradually came to be called the figure of day or days. And primitive man began his counting of days by the number of risings and settings of the sun. For a longer period he chose the moon, and therefore he began to have a kind of simple calendar. Things that were 3 days back were 3 suns back. Things that were 3 months back were 3 moons back. And beyond a comparatively small number of suns and moons, his chronology became rather corrupt. He had no, in early times, he had no concept of longer periods. This came later. But the sun then became the symbol of light. It became the symbol of days. It became an emblem representing insight. It became a sign of blessedness or of good. It gradually unfolded into a sign of wisdom, because it was opposed to the darkness of night, which was ignorance. It became associated with integration and orientation, as opposed to the chaos of night. And by degrees then, each of these natural objects gained a more or less abstract meaning, a meaning which carried it into a world of invisible values. A brave animal can be seen, or a brave man. But bravery as a fact is not visible, except by some action by which it is personified, or some condition which exemplifies it. So the moment man began to think of qualities as apart from physical objects themselves, he had to go into symbolism. He also found various problems arising in the development of his word structures, for he discovered early in life that the most difficult concept to express in some visible form capable of being perpetuated is motion. It is very difficult to indicate motion on an immovable surface. He could not make a glyph that would fly off the surface and therefore be true to motion. He had to create the concept of motion without the object itself moving. One of his earliest experiences in this, as we see by studying the pictoglyphs, is the use of a series of footprints. These footprints indicate a journey. They may also indicate that their beginning and termination, the locations involved. Locations at that time being so crude and rude we cannot rediscover them even from the glyphs. But this long string of footprints was not entirely a happy thing. He could try to create the concept of motion through representing his animals and other creatures, as in the ancient caves of France, in motion. But a bison in motion is not really a very happy substitute for a necessary abstract verb. It is not very solutional. Yet he had to have motion. Maya solved it by putting a wing on a noun and making a verb out of it. The moment he added a wing, it symbolized motion. Very ingenious and requiring a great deal of thought to develop. But he did find the need constantly for creating forms for the expression of values not visible as objects. So out of this early struggle came the rise of pictoglyphic and hieroglyphic forms. The hieroglyph was an organized pictoglyph, and probably the greatest development in this situation is found in the languages of Egypt and of China. In both cases we have an inconceivable array of such picture forms. We may also, of course, mention the Maya glyphs, which number over 10,000. But unfortunately, they are not as easy to use as some of the others because we simply have not yet been able to decode them. But in the Chinese and in the Egyptian, we are in somewhat better condition. The Egyptian language, although it comes to us in its earliest form in a highly developed state, still shows that it was the inevitable evolution of the rough and crude cuttings upon the walls of cliffs and rocks. It is a gradual refinement. But the Egyptians began to discover means of making their symbols more valuable, making them more useful. They gradually came to identify, out of all of their animal pictures and their various symbolic devices, for each of which they had a name, they gradually developed a sound equivalent. This was frequently derived simply from the beginning of the name of the object. And an object like, for instance, arm, representing the human arm, suggested to them the possibility of the R sound as well as the complete name. This R sound could be combined with other sounds. Among the Aztecs it was done more simply. They took two creatures, for instance, they wanted to make a word out of two names. So they would take the name for tiger and the name for snake. They wanted to use the first half of the name for tiger and combine it with the last half of the name of snake. So they made a glyph, the front end a tiger and the back end a snake. And then they proceeded to read it. It gave them, therefore, the possibility of bestowing this glyph as a name upon something. And this is how we read the place names of the old Mexican cities and towns. They placed this glyph in association with a little device called a mound. And when the mound and the place name were put together, it meant a city. If they drove a spear or an atlatl through the mound, it means they had conquered the city. And one by one, these simple devices developed. So the Egyptian language passed into a new form, in which it consisted of both ideas and of sounds. This became rather complicated. But it also gave rise to the possibility of the Egyptian attaining a certain written form in which he was able to express sequences of abstract ideas and use for these sequences hieroglyphs which suggested sound arrangements and by their grouping compounding names of objects. When they wished a word or a section of glyph to represent primarily a sound or an order of sounds, as in the case of a proper name, they placed a cartouche around it. That is, they drew a line around the entire thing, saying this is one word, instead of a series of glyphs. So in most of their manuscripts we find picture writing, hieroglyphical development and structure, and then every so often an encircled group of characters signifying that these shall be read together to form a name, or to form a proper word of some nature. This went on until gradually the pictoglyphic form began to fade away, and the symbols were not essentially changed, but passed through a condition of human carelessness. This human carelessness caused finally these glyphs to be drawn so poorly that as glyphs they were comparatively undecipherable. The individual taking these pictures simply streamlined them. He created a kind of shorthand out of them, using perhaps only the principal stroke of a particular glyph, the one stroke which distinguished it from all other glyphs. And he found that by degrees he could speed up the process of writing, and the hieroglyphical form about the beginning of the Christian era began to drift into the hieratic form, which consists of the loss of the symbol in a conventionalized letter. As this proceeded more rapidly, the advantage of the picture glyph as a means of identifying objects gradually ceased, and the entire process moved into an alphabetic form, with words spelled out to form new dimensions for the concepts to be perpetuated. This also followed definitely in connection with the Chinese method of writing. We find that the original glyphs were very often very close to the object represented. Their little pitched roof character, which is essentially a roof originally meant a covering, consisting of two lines drawn this way, just like the sides of a roof. Well, that was a covering originally. It finally became very much more involved. The oldest Chinese glyph for horse, for example, has 4 small dashes under it to represent the horse's feet. It was pretty literal. And among other languages, it is true that the Chinese perhaps has changed less than most others. Now, the Chinese have a symbol for tree, a very simple glyph. Now, they were also concerned with what we might term the plural forms, and how were they going to handle that? If they were somewhere and they found another tree and they wanted to have 2 trees clearly indicated, they followed the line of greatest expediency. They made 2 trees side by side, and that was exactly what it meant, 2 trees. But this didn't end the problem, because it could get worse. Another man decided that he wanted to say that he had just been in the forest. Now, this presented a more or less complicated situation. You couldn't keep on drawing trees all over the page. So the happy idea of the simple plural came into existence. Above 2 trees must be many trees. So they put a 3rd figure of a tree, and the result was forest. Above 2 means forest. A very simple device. And in this way, they had no difficulty in ultimately indicating their meaning. They had many different symbols. When they made the sign of a roof, they then placed a symbol of fire beneath the roof, and a fire under a roof is a home, a place where you live. Another simple problem is that they anciently used for conveyance a kind of a cart. And if you look down on this cart from above, you saw the axle running through the 2 wheels. You saw the flat, straight edges of the 2 wheels, and in between a large rectangular mass representing the body of the cart. This particular symbol was reduced to simply mean center, middle, because it represented the middle part, a central axis moving through something. And this became associated with the original name of China, which was the Middle Kingdom. Thus they went on, by degrees, building up a most elaborate group of writings, multiplying their strokes, increasing their skill and knowledge, until finally they produced a language so flexible that almost any idea which man can express can be rather adequately presented. These things all rose from natural symbolic instinct. The effort to use simple things to express or explain difficult things. The effort to convey a total picture of a meaning, and at the same time lock it only in a very few strokes or letters. To do this also, of course, created a kind of association. The individual who knew approximately the meaning to be intended got the complete impact of it, perhaps even more completely than we do with words today. They got the feeling of what was intended. They got a simple and direct relationship. They were not so far removed into polysyllabic forms as we are. And they did not have to rush to the dictionary the way we do, because they had a very quick grasp of the symbolic idea. Now, these are primitive things, but they point the way along which General Pike was exploring. And it comes then to the next important conclusion which he reached, namely that nearly all symbols arise from nature. A symbol is a form, and it must be derived from a form. We cannot have a symbol, a picture of anything, unless that picture is derived from something within our world of experience. Therefore, the picture must be the result of man's own eyes. He may add to the eyes certain reasoning powers, but he must first use the eyes. He cannot conceive of a form which does not exist, nor can he make a picture involving a pattern which has no similitude in life or nature. Thus he was forced to derive his language from his world and from the world of circumstances. Pike, however, points out what several other authors have also noted, namely that the selection of these forms and the investigation in the effort to discover appropriate forms for ideas forced primitive man to a most dramatic conclusion, namely that all forms around him in nature are themselves symbols. That a tree is a symbol. A tree is not merely a symbol for man to use. Man is simply taking a more ancient natural symbol and reusing it. The fact that the tree is itself visible to his eyes is enough to prove that this tree is a visible extension of something not visible. Therefore, man can see the tree as it grows, but he cannot see the principle of tree. He cannot immediately apperceive tree as reality. He cannot know the life behind the tree, except by watching the operations of this life as these operations cause the tree to grow, or to in some way modify the various visible values which it exhibits. Thus nature is itself one vast symbol, one inconceivable relationship of forms, all bearing witness to that which is not form. A number of particulars bearing witness to invisible principles that lie behind all the concept of particular. Thus the authority of symbolism lies not in man's need for an expressing medium. The authority lies in the divine way of working. The universe itself, moving into manifestation, moves by projecting its own powers through forms, and these forms are symbols of these powers, mathematically, geometrically crystallizing around waves or rays or rates of energy, so that everything that exists is in some way a witness, an evidence, a kind of emblem, standing for a principle, itself invisible. That this principle may be spirit, may be soul, may be mind, may be God, makes the symbolism only the more significant. For here we are confronted with the visible testimony of facts unseen, a kind of covenant by which man stands forever in the presence of his own greatest source of instruction. Thus, as Pike points out, the universe is a great university of symbols, a tremendous school of emblems and devices, through the contemplation of which man comes finally to understand himself, his world, and his Creator. Thus, symbolism involves us almost immediately in a series of great abstract values. And the fact of symbol is the first great link that man has with a world of spiritual forces operating behind the visible appearances of life. So the fact of symbol becomes the validity of symbolism. It becomes the proof of the meaningfulness of the entire concept. Man creating symbols, therefore, derives them by bestowing upon forms and likenesses already existing and already having meaning other meanings according to his own qualified understanding. Therefore he takes emblems having an absolute meaning, and he gives them a new relative meaning in order that he may use them for the extension of his own awareness in some direction or under some condition. If therefore the Chinese makes a glyph for the home consisting of the combination of roof, fire, and the woman symbol, he is therefore expressing a basic concept. These devices are not home, nor are we to assume that he is merely attempting to establish the concept of a house. He is working for something else. He is working for the moral and emotional overtone of home. He is looking for its spiritual value, its ethical implication, and thus he captures in these basic forms ideas which are in harmony with his own insight. Yet each of these forms may have another meaning, a meaning especially in themselves. And this is true where the selection particularly involves natural working or natural objects rather than the artificial productions of man, as in the case of house, which is something man himself has built and therefore has a meaning peculiar to man. But when he draws upon the earth and the sky and the flower and the rock, he is drawing upon things which he did not himself create, and therefore which have meaning apart from him, even though he wishes to give them a meaning of his own. In this way, symbolism has gradually associated itself with an infinite diversity of interpretive factors. And these interpretations, extending on through time, have been refined and revised with the changing of human beliefs. The ancient meanings have been restored and lost again. And finally, new meanings have been imposed upon ancient substances which no longer seem relevant. Man, however, hit upon one other happy device in the development of symbolism. He knew that he was concerned to a measure with the restricting circumstance of literalism. There was always the deadly danger which man faced, namely that in the field of learning, if he drew a picture of a tree, the student would be satisfied to say this is a tree and feel that he had solved it all. If therefore he surrounded the man primarily.
Hey, Dillard. Thank you, man. Thank you. Phantasmorific. I think it's gonna be okay, good enough when I finish it.
Primarily with only natural symbols. The human being would be almost in the same condition he would be without any symbols, because there are enough natural symbols forever around him. He sees the alternations of day and night, he beholds growth, he beholds all the strange and wonderful workings of natural law. These are his heritage. Therefore, to merely
I can see that by your name, Dillard Draws, you are artist yourself, I guess. Let me see. Just give me a sec. If it's okay. Holy moly, dude.
But not a lot. Before he crossed into the United States, he withdrew $4,000 from his bank account.
Oh.
He wanted to leave the bulk of his savings for his wife, Linda.
Subscribe
She was pregnant.
immediately.
She was going to need it, and he wasn't going to.
You don't draw stuff, you draw magic, man. I'm definitely gonna check like everything you put out.
On August 21st,
Oh, and it has like
2016, Laura Greenway.
oh, it has narration. Oh, I already like your channel, man. Let me just share here in your channel in the chat, so that the other people, if they come around, can like see it. Oh, thank you, man, for the revelation of new content. And okay, I want to watch live one of your stuff. Just give me a sec. I'm an old dude. I need like more time to to set up everything.
It was 3:00 p.m. on a Tuesday when the Winnipeg Strangler stepped off the bus onto the dusty pavement of Brownsville, Texas. He could see the international border just a few hundred yards away, and beyond that, a terraced hillside filled with rows and rows of the shoddily built homes of old Mexico. They were colorful, but the bright and merry appearance belied the well-known dangers they held for the foreigners foolish enough to wander in, looking for the vices they couldn't legally enjoy in the United States. He had always been scared of the idea of going into Mexico. He had seen the documentaries, the kinds of things that happened there. Even crossing into the United States from Canada filled him with anxiety. They had to already be looking for him. Would he be found in the United States, arrested, sent back in shackles and shame? Would he have to do violence again if someone recognized him? He wasn't without means. He could hide. He had some money, but not a lot. Before he crossed into the United States, he withdrew $4,000 from his bank account. He wanted to leave the bulk of his savings for his wife, Linda. She was pregnant, she was going to need it, and he wasn't going to be there to help. But most importantly, he had his gift, his strength. The strength of about 3 men, as far as he figured. It was that strength that allowed him to run across the rooftops and be the hero of Winnipeg. The ability to run faster and jump higher. It was that ability that gave him his razor-sharp reflexes, and that same strength that gave him the ability to walk into any situation with confidence. It was that strength that allowed him to so easily crush that girl's windpipe. The gift that brought him here. Into Brownsville. Into hiding. But Mexico was unknown to him. Far too many variables, too many unknowns. It wasn't like he was bulletproof, not really. 2 years ago, in Winnipeg, a drunk girl shot him with a .32. He was trying to break up a bar fight that was getting out of hand. Shot him right in the gut. He had to remove the little slug himself. It came out easily and healed up fast. but that spooked him. He didn't want to know what a bigger round might do. He started to feel better the further he traveled from Canada, and the deeper he traveled into the US, even more so. In fact, right around Oklahoma City, it almost started to feel like maybe he didn't kill that girl. Maybe it was all just a bad dream, and he could go home. A nice thought, but he wasn't stupid. He knew he couldn't go back. And by the time he made it all the way into Texas, he realized he wouldn't really feel at ease until he crossed that border and settled into a new life. A new life in old Mexico. The buckler walked over, dropped his bag, and had a seat at the bar of a roadside cantina next to the bus stop. He ordered a beer, but as the bartender gave him his change, a gust of wind blew his money off the bar. Instinctively, he slammed his hands to catch it, but his $10 bill landed at the feet of an old man sitting in the dappled sunlight of the cantina's eating area. The old man creakily reached down, scooped up the money, and promptly placed it in his shirt pocket. The old man sniffed, said something in Spanish, cleared his throat, then reclined back into his chair. He took a sip from his bottle of cola, the entire time never moving his stare from the buckler's eyes. He was a fat man on top, and looked like he walked on stilts. His legs looked 2 times too small for the fat torso they supported. His broad shoulders, barrel chest, and meaty forearms suggested that at one time, perhaps, he lived a life of hard work. But his faded and almost indiscernible tattoos, his sunken yellow eyes, and innumerable pieces of gold jewelry gave evidence that this man had little respect for an honest day's work. Now more than ever was not the time for an incident, so the buckler reluctantly looked back to his wallet as he tucked away his remaining change. He tried to feign interest at what was going on the far TV at the end of the bar, but he could feel the stare of the old man burning a hole in the back of his head. It wasn't long before his curiosity got the better of him, and he glanced back to the old man's table. Even though he expected it, he was startled that the old man was still staring, boring a hole into his head with that evil glare. It unnerved him. The buckler looked away. He took the last swig of his drink, picked up his bag, and stood to leave, but it was already too late. As the buckler turned, the old man was already standing and shouting what could only be racial slurs in Spanish. He had a confusing stance. The buckler couldn't make heads or tails out of what he was going to do. Was he going to step forward, step back, or take a swing? The buckler was tired and a bit confused. Why was he so upset? It wasn't like he asked for his money back. And he was also beginning to panic. He couldn't let this situation get out of hand. If the cops showed up, would he need to cross the border from a different town? He couldn't afford any more trouble. Maybe it was the combination of all these things that distracted him. Maybe he looked away for a second to make sure no one was watching. Maybe someone had put something in his beer. No. Yes. Maybe. The buckler didn't know. But what he did know was that he was punched. And more than that, it hurt. Bad. He was falling. His head was swimming, and his vision blurred. He saw traces of the old man, the cantina, but most of it was a blur. He hadn't been punched for years. He was too fast for that. And that's what scared him most of all. He could have sworn he was looking right at the old man, watching and waiting for an attack. And as the buckler's head impacted the concrete, he realized it was. The old man did throw that punch. It was him that swung. It was. But he never saw it coming. Hi everyone. What you just watched is a part of my story, The Man from Brownsville, featuring my comic book character, the Buckler, a former do-gooder turned villain. The story chronicles the 4 years that the Buckler spent in Brownsville, Texas, while hiding from authorities for the murder of a young woman in his hometown of Winnipeg, Canada. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you did find some enjoyment from this, I'd appreciate it if you would subscribe to my channel and please share this video out. Until the story is complete, I will be uploading new episodes of The Man from Brownsville on the 15th of each month. If you have any comments or questions about the story, leave them in the comments section. And subscribe to my YouTube and ring the bell to be notified, because I occasionally host live streams if you would like to interact with me in the chat or live on panel. Thanks again.
Where to start, man? Hey, Satish. Uh, yeah, I was just putting Dillard's draws video with the illustration, and narration and music and everything. Uh, Dude, this is really awesome. Man. Is this your work? Like, is this your voice or this your illustrations? Uh, your story? Did you write this? I really loved it. It had that noir-ish aesthetics, not just visually. Yeah, all you, not just visually, but also in the narration. I like uh, I like really uh, all came together well. It's awesome. No, really. I really like it. So I have so many questions. So which program did you use? What software did you animated this in? Like Adobe After Effects or something? Let me just put some music. Wondership Filmora. Oh, nice. No, it's really great work, man. And I like your aesthetic style of drawing. It reminds me of like the older comic books and that cartoonish approach from like 50s to 60s. Like that Superman era. I don't know. I haven't pulled the trigger on the Adobe. Yeah. Well, I used the when I did some animation, I used like uh, Adobe. What was I always forget After Effects. Yeah, I always mix the name of the programs. Yeah, this is really good. I really enjoyed it. I'm gonna watch like all the videos offline. I really like them. I dabbled myself into this kind of narration, but I did it without the voice actor. I would like also to in the future to do one project called Jazalan, which or Jazalan, which will have like two voice actors in it, but. I'm gonna need like a lot of time to create a first episode. I did like the Adar Untold Stories. Yeah, I'm gonna share it now so we can watch together. Just give me a sec. So yep. So all right. it's on the other channel. I have to like put all the videos here on this channel one time. Just give me a sec, and I just need to change what you see. Okay. There we are. There we are. Oh, hey, Dacha, thank you, thank you. As they entered the fort, the crowd started to gather around. Frenetic shouts greeted them. For blood and violence, people craved. Inquisitors attached her to a bizarre device they called the Rip, a mechanism designed to torture and execute all the enemies of the church. People of the church, faithful servants of Hunad, this day is of a great importance for us all. Remembered and celebrated it will be throughout ages to come. Because today, my fellow Unarians, all beliefs will perish with the last member of the Elemental Temple. Inquisitors, soldiers, and local villagers cheered with exhilaration. Igua didn't care for her life anymore. She felt resentment towards the Inquisition. They weaved the destiny of the entire Command region towards misery and religious fanatism by destroying everything alien to the Church's doctrine. If she could, she would slaughter them all the worshippers without a flicker of remorse. Begin the raping! As the diabolic mechanism started to spin, the pain was slowly introduced to the archamber. In a minute or so, she was to be dismembered by the rip. Muscles and bones across her limbs started to rupture. Yigba screamed and cursed them all repeatedly. Until finally, the pain took her elsewhere, a state in which she has never been before. The pain retreated and voices faded in distance. The world had disappeared, yet she felt alive. For years, Yigua had been meditating, but never did she find herself as a witness of these kinds of sensation. Pardon my sorry English people. Warmth encircled her heart, only to be followed by a kiss of the cold wind. Now she was a root erecting towards the sky infinity. Acquainted with the forces beyond her physical world, Yegua was. Those forces manifested themselves as a well-known pantheon among the common natives. All four aspects have appeared, but only one of them moved forward in front of Yegua. Have no worries, my ember. Soon you will join me deep beneath. Ur, my beloved, my revered one. With you I accord throughout all of my body and spirit. Release me, Ur. Save me. Very well, child. In the fires of the earthen core, I will take you. From flame to the flame, I release you. That's it. But yeah, it should have been voice narrated. Too bad it was only enriched with text, you know. But that new oh, thank you, Dylan. Yeah, that new project that I'm gonna do, that Jazalan, it's gonna be some kind of theological fantasy, you know, theological high fantasy, and I'm gonna definitely like employ like 1 or 2 voice actors to do that, you know, because and also illustrations are gonna be more high end. These are like semi sketchy, you know. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was I am a musician also, so I know how to dabble a little bit into like cinematic music, just a little bit, not like a pro or somebody. But I think I can do like a decent animated semi cartoon with Jazalan one day. Who knows? It's a huge project. It would take like I think like 2 months of constant drawing for me and composing and writing and everything. But someday, man, I'm just gonna do it. And also, I tend to create that Jazalan world on my streams. So I'm probably gonna do that. Entire process will be shared with you guys in the future. I hope. But anyway, I'm glad that you liked it. The problem is I'm not a writer. That's the only problem. So I will have to consult with my friend who is how to say that, narrative designer in video games. Yeah. Where were we? Ah, yeah, the vignette. The vignette. So what I'm doing at the moment, I'm changing these leaves so they wouldn't be like total mirror image of the upper ones. Thank you, Satish, for the feedback. Anyway, by your voice, Dillard, I presume you are not like a young person. You're more like closer to my age. I'm like 39. You maybe also, by the sound of the voice of your narration. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you are able to transform your voice. 38, yeah, we're close, man. See. So where are you from? America, fuck yeah. Nice. Nice. How's the life in America, man? Yeah, I bet. Especially in this new era, you know, past like 5 years or so, with like social hysteria and everything, you know. But dude, you have like an awesome voice for narration, man. The scratchiness, you know, everything. It's deep, it's scratchy, but also it has like a nice volume to it, you know, volume, I would say. Especially because I'm a grumpy old man who doesn't like socializing or fantasize socializing or being around people. Yeah, yeah. Welcome to my world. Yeah, I get you like 100%. So I prefer dogs. Yeah, and my wife. Sorry, my dear wife. What? You are not people. You are goddess. You are not people. You are a divine being to me, an angel. Sorry, I was talking to my wife. Oh, man, thank you. Oh, we can collaborate, actually, you know. We can collaborate, definitely, in the future. One day, when I decide to dabble into that animation again, you know. I would love to, like, to do it more high-end than this that you watched. Almost like, if I can, like, Blizzard, when it done, like, those short animated pictures, movies for promotion of the new expansions for their games, you know. For the World of Warcraft. Who knows? But yeah, your voice is freaking awesome, man. I would kill for that voice, eh? No, high-end. High-end in like more indie production, but the artwork should be like less sketchy and more lean toward finished, you know, with more polish, you know. So the goal is not to have large amount of episodes. Instead, like I would rather do like one episode instead of 4, and like put all the energy into one episode or something. One movie, one clip, one animation, one animated movie. But it's not like 100% animation. It's also like this, pictures which are semi-animated, you know, with the special effects and a bunch of other stuff. But it can be well executed if we do it slow and with wisdom. What the actual fuck? Oh. So, for how long are you in this line of work? Is this like a hobby to you, or are you in the illustration and animation professionally? Or I could sense like the comic book, graphical novel background in your work, if I'm right. Been doing this for about 5 years, quit my job, and because I'm a full-time illustrator for hire about a year ago. I mainly do comic books for indie creators. Nah, nice man, nice man. It's a hard but good path, you know. An artist should never do like some casual job. It kills its soul. It kills his soul, his or her soul. You need like freedom in order to grow, and if you don't grow, you feel almost dead. A big truck driver. Oh, nice, man. Nice. Yeah, that's actually a job with more solitude than usual job. So I bet you could like. No wonder you did that. You know, if you are not so much into people and socializing. It was great talking to people like once every 2 days. Beautiful. Yeah, I bet, man. Yeah. And driving is also awesome. I love to drive also. Me and my wife, when we travel, we never travel by plane. Everywhere we take our dogs, we all pack in the car and start moving, you know. So driving not in the cities, but like the outdoors, more like on the highway and you know, remote roads is always therapeutic, at least. Sorry, therapeutic. Let's see. We have some kind of Brate Dusan, every time I join the stream, the drawing comes more and more to life. Looks amazing. Thank you, Swiper. My Romanian brother from another mother. How are you doing? How was your day? Good. Just got home from doing sports with Matilda and ate a big fat potato with vegetables on the side. Well, oh, you are also vegetarian as Matilda, yeah? You Romanians, you crazy. You crazy. You don't eat meat. You crazy. Yes, yeah. Dude. I respect your life decisions. I will eat meat for you, don't worry. So on this side of the how are you? Yeah, I'm actually feeling good, feeling inspired, and I want to like dabble more deep into this illustration. It inspires me a lot, to be honest. Now I'm doing this vignette, you know, and on this side we have like leaves, but just like the branches and leaves, just like in the, sorry, let me just flip. Just like on the right side of the illustration, and on the left side we're gonna do this quartz crystals instead of leaves, you know. That's the plan. Because vignette should also follow the spiritual philosophy of the soul tree, you know. Is it snowing in Romania? Here in Serbia today it's like mega cold and a lot of snow. So I don't like this, because it's like we have like too much of artificial order here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make this other crystal smaller, like this, maybe even. Let me see. Well, I went to Matilda and as I was waiting outside for him to come outside so we could do sport, it started snowing and we ended up training in the snow. Oh, what a gay atmosphere I sense there. Nice for two of you. Were you naked in the snow or just wearing shorts and a t-shirt? Yeah, man. Anyway, I can see it was quality of time, you know, for two of you. It's so good that you can you are boosting the will for to each other for physical endeavors, man. That's great. It's always easier to do like some stuff when you have like somebody to push you towards that direction when it's hard, you know. Yeah, sorry, Swiper. I just remember that day in the Rust when you and me played and you like built entire base, you made like that sound setup and everything. We had like huge, enormously beautiful and rich base, and we went outside on hunting for like I think like 5 minutes, and somebody came with the chopper to our base and like locked it from the inside. Oh, that was fucking epic, man. I miss Rust. I want to play Rust sometimes. Definitely, we should play it. Game is mega fun, man. Especially if you don't go into building in the early game. If you go like full PvP at the very start, you know, with 2 spears and a bucket head. Yeah, man, I'm so sad when my disco base got destroyed. Yeah. Base was awesome. I mean, man, the beauty of Rust, man. In like a flicker of a second, you lose everything. And while we were hunting, I was telling you how I wanted to show Matilda the base, and as we got back, everything was gone. People, if you didn't play Rust, man, you must. That game is beautiful. To play with friends, to play alone, not so much. It's depressing, at least, you know. But to play it with friends, it's mega fun. It's so nice. Great experience. One of the best co-op gaming and PvP experiences that I ever had was in Rust. Yeah. Great show. I'll be back later if you're still on. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Dylan. You're always welcome here. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for following and everything. Hope to see you again, man. Who knows? We're gonna work on some collaboration in the future. Why not? Damn yes. Fuck yeah. America. Fuck yeah. See you around, man. Have a good day. So we will change this entire part into crystals instead of leaves. It's gonna be a long process, but it's gonna work, I think. Fantazmo shredding. Hey, Misha! Thank you, Misha. Thank you, my friend. How are you? How are you feeling, man? Was your day productive? Did you stream today? Sorry, I was not at home during usual time when you stream. Very good, very nice. No shit, just good. Don't ask me about streaming anymore, please. Wow, man. Let me go. Let me go like generic every time I want. What's the problem with that, man? Anyway, guys, Misha is my friend who streams video games on our domestic Serbian language. I love his streams. He's a good guy. He helped me a lot with setups and everything, you know. Oh, you love where the illustration is going. Yeah, thank you, thank you. So, yeah, I worked like I finished the line art for the tree, and now I'm working on this vignette. I mean, even if he streams on Serbian language, everything you ask him on stream, I think he answers on English every time. So, if you're looking for a quality content in game-wise streaming for the AAA games, then Misha is a good way to go. And the Misha is your man. How much for this print? How much for this print? I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me finish it for like in like 10,000 streams, and then I will talk. But for you, I will have like more than a fair price, my friend. Boom, 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 boom. Ah. Boom, 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 boom. Nope. Not good enough. So actually I'm waiting for my wife to tell me that I have to walk the dogs, but it seems that, I don't know, maybe she will walk them out, yeah? Yes, my beautiful wife? You are the best wife there is, man. I love my wife. Nope. See. Ugh. Ugh. Time for a cigar. Let's just observe the illustration. While I smoke. Oh, look! I made like in the. Okay, let's make a quiz. What do you think is inside this hole of a tree? If anyone has any idea, feel free to comment. It's a little trivia for you guys. I'm gonna zoom in so you can see. Yggdrasil. Or maybe an elf house. No, my friend. No. You're not even close. Come on, Swiper. Come on, Misha. You have it in your own country. Both of you. Both Romanians and Serbians have this. What do you see inside of this hole? A Marcus Church? Oh, Byzantine church. Yeah. Oh, good there. You have a good eye, man. You have a good eye. It's just yes. Yeah. It's an Orthodox church inside. Just the part of the Orthodox church, of course. And it looks towards the snake and the Orthodox crosses, of course. By the way, did you fix your microphone? Because it sounds way better now. I didn't hear any more mermaid phenomena. No more. Yeah. I don't know. It fixed by itself. No, I just switched to the webcam mic because that desktop mic was gruesome, and no traffic at the moment in the background. There are no buses because the snow is falling. Everything stops in Serbia. And just kidding. I made like also minor changes in the OBS and for the threshold, for the noise reduction and everything. Yeah, the delay on the stream is almost non-existent now, thanks to my friend Misha for that. If it weren't for that guy, man, our communication would be retarded, just like in the past 5 or 6 streams. He helped me a lot with setup on the YouTube yesterday. No problem. Hey. Fucking MVP, yeah, man. Definitely. Play Fluffy Goes to India in background. Let's see Fluffy Goes to India. What's that? Let me see. Satish. Okay, we gotta play Fluffy Goes to India. Just give me a second. No, I don't sound like Indian. I sound like Jamaican. Fuck. Jamaican. Fluffy. What was fuck? Fluffy Goes to India. Goes to India. is Fluffy, yeah, Fluffy the comedian, of course. But will YouTube? I think because he's, I think YouTube is gonna mute my stream because of this. But we can like do like a few seconds here and
from
there.
India. Yeah. So let me tell you, I started posting on Facebook and Twitter that we were gonna go out there to do these shows.
Turn it off. No. Yeah, Misha. Copyright. Fuck yeah. Copyright. Fuck yeah. Sorry, Satish. No India today. At least not in comedian style. Fluffy, he's a funny comedian. Yeah, Fluffy's a good, positive guy. I like Louis C.K. also. Bill Burr is also great, you know. Bill Burr is hysterical. I love him, man. Even though I like Joe Rogan as a podcaster, his comedies are weird. I don't like them at all. I don't know. I can't relate to his comedy. It's strange. I don't know who was the comedian that I also liked. There was one guy from some Nordic country, some Norse country, how to say, maybe Norwegian or somebody. I don't know. It was funny as hell. He talked about Eurovision competition and everything. Okay, let's continue. This illustration is not gonna finish itself, you know, by itself. And there is a lot of work ahead of us. The journey is not even halfway, you know, done. What? Not the red line. Hey, I have a question for you, Satish. What is now? Look at these people from Balkan. Just listen to this. What is the name of strong alcoholic beverage, domestic made often in India? It's often made with the grape or some kind of fruit. A strong beverage, often with soft color. If you know. Satish, are you there? Don't leave now, man. I have a question for you. I want to bring our people together. You know? Yeah, he's not there, I think. Are you there, Satish? Damn it, boy! Damn, boy! I'm gonna ask him again when he comes back. And you would be surprised, people, how much the old culture and mythologies of Balkan and natives and Indian natives are similar. You would be surprised and shocked. This is never gonna end. I'm gonna die before I finish this illustration. This unfinished illustration will be engraved on my grave. da, 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 da. And the message would be, this guy never finished this. He was a failure of an artist. Therefore, he died without finished illustration. He died for no cause. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Oof, you know what? Let's go for more exotic sound. Just give me a sec. Let me find some other music. Maybe listen some Iranian folk music, or something. Traditional Persian music. Let's see. Amazing Persian music. Traditional music channel. Nope. That's gonna strike copyright. It's fucking copyright stuff. The Archimedeans. Epic Iranian music. There is a guy, brilliant musician that calls Faryat Faraji, I think, and he makes music from all around the world. I need to contact that guy and ask him for a license permission to stream his music on YouTube, because here I'm gonna link his channel here. He done like tons of music from Balkan, from other parts of Europe, Asia, and just a sec. And he is a brilliant artist. Blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna write him like a good message. I'm gonna start like something, dear God of music, I have but a humble plead for you. Please, I would be honored to stream your masterpiece on my relatively retarded streams. But the guy is good. The guy also has like talks about history of music and misconceptions about some musical genres out there. It's brilliant. Anyway, where was I? Ah, yeah. I want some music. I mean, it's hard to find, man. What the fuck? Okay, let's try this. This is the royalty-free, copyright-free music. Let's see. Well, I like. To just tune up volume a little bit. If the music is too silent there, feel free to comment. If you want it louder. It's Denise, It is I, Salah ad-Din. Sorry, I won't torture your ears. You crazy? No man, I'm not crazy. I'm just Serbian. We Serbs, we all crazy. We fight with bears, wrestle with wolves, and we die young. Am I correct in the right part? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Misha. I'm so happy chat works fine today, man. You did like the utmost perfect favor. Because it was you can't talk to people with like 1 minute of latency. It's impossible, you know. I find Middle East fascinating, the music and the culture. I love it. Oh, and later on, when my mind gets more twisted, I'm gonna remember. I promised you that Allah, it's a song between Allah and Jesus. I mean God and Jesus, because the word in Islamic in Quran for God is Allah. So there was one guy singing a verse from Quran or something that actually mentions about the story about Jesus who talks with Allah and pleads for his mercy towards some people. And in one point the singer starts to cry, and the impact was so profound, but we're gonna postpone that for the late night, you know, stream. Well, at least on my streams, you would see some content that you by yourself would never do, you know, find on how to say, on YouTube, you know. To some, it may be repelling, but who cares? Oof. Oof. Cigarettes will kill me, man. So we like finished this part, and we need to do like this part. It's gonna be a long night, and I want to finish the entire vignette this evening. But it's not late. It's like 11 o'clock here. I'm like already 3 hours into stream, but I do not feel tired still. So we're gonna do, I hope, like 2 more hours. Imagine that, 5 hours of painting and talking shit. Who would even want to watch that? Ah! Where's my music, man? Oh, come on. This royalty-free music on YouTube has like only one song, man. Come on, give me like 5 hours of royalty-free music, man. Persian Iranian instrumental music, no copyright. 7 minutes. No, thank you. 44 minutes. Traditional Persian music. But I don't know if it's copyright-free. Just let me see in the description. In the description, says nothing. Album, nothing. Licenses, Oh, on behalf of Deep Roots Records. Fuck you, Deep Roots Records. Ancient Persian music, no copyright. Best copyright-free music, Persian violin. Dude, violin. That's not even domestic Persian instrument. Why would somebody compose like 10,000 free Persian music on violin instead of domestic instruments? What the fuck? I want authentic Persian music. And if I don't find Persian music, I'm gonna go even more hardcore. Just give me a sec. Well, nothing interesting here. Let's see. Where was I? The quartz crystals. This is why I don't like no copyright music, you know, because it's shit, man. These instruments are synthetic as fuck, you know. You can like see that they're all composed without any effort in the VST virtual instruments on like add-ons for Cubase or Pro Tools. Those are the tools for the digital music development. Damn it. I just want some good music, man. What the fuck? This is how the well, I think that we will not listen to any of rustic music today because everything that is worth listening is protected by copyright laws. I fucking hate this modern world and everything is oriented towards money. Every fucking thing is oriented towards stupid money. We worship that stupid paper, man. No wonder that God is gonna send the flood any day soon, you know? We kinda deserve it, let's be honest, man. What would you do if you know this is like your last day alive on a planet and the world is gonna end in like a few hours, man? Would you change something? Would you try to rethink something, redo something? Would you repent? That's the good question. Or would you just go usual, you know, like it's any other day? Je li dalje pada sneg, ljubav? Malkice, ne? The intensity of the snow in Belgrade is reduced at the moment. It's like the first-hand information. Now, listen these fuckers, these little fuckers. Listen to them. I don't know if you can hear them, but they're crazy, man. Every time they late at night when they come back from the walk, my dogs go like berserk, you know, on each other. They're like mega rough playtime, you know. Blah, blah. And my younger dog, which is a female, sweet little girl, Ljubica, she likes to cuddle a lot, but when she plays with my other dog, Gile, she makes some strange sound that goes from roar like to like no, maybe you won't hear it in like a few seconds. Let's see. They sound like Tasmanian devil. Taz, what was his name? Oh.
Dobroveče.
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 Veče, mačko. Ste sreli nekoga? Nijednu guzu? No.
Hoće prvi štigla, ajde.
Oh,
Dođi.
it's
Dođi.
teeth brushing time.
Dođi. Dođi. Sad niko neće dođi. Dođi malo. Brž. Ibli.
Ajde preko Danijela. Ajde tamo. Ajde. Bem, sunce.
Dođi, ako ti što voliš. To baš voliš.
Oh boy. Oh boy, boy, boy.
Moraš? Ти друго пуця, ти побіжи. Ось там буду. Ти? Моя репакуття, де є моя мокра репакуття, моя кутя, моя кутя.
Just taking a little break. Resting my hand.
Чогось? Йдемо? Любите? Як іжу. Мамо, чому як іжу? Мамо. Що? Добре. Чмяля.
Well, since the chat is silent at the moment, I'm going to try and find something to listen to. Maybe some talk or some audiobook or something.
Браво! Браво!
Let's listen to band TED Talks.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I'd like to share a big idea with you. In fact, I believe it could be one of the biggest ideas.
The science delusion is the belief that science already understands the nature of reality in principle, leaving only
Fuck no. You can't listen to this. Stupid band TED Talks.
Book 1 of The Odyssey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Nelson. The Odyssey by Homer. Translated by Samuel Butler. Book 1. The Gods in Council. Minerva's Visit to Ithaca. The challenge from Telemachus to the suitors. Tell me, O Muse, of that ingenious hero who traveled far and wide after he had sacked the famous town of Troy. Many cities did he visit, and many were the nations with whose manners and customs he was acquainted. Moreover, he suffered much by the sea while trying to save his own life and bring his men safely home. But do what he might, he could not save his men, for they perished through their own sheer folly in eating the cattle of the sun-god Hyperion. So the god prevented them from ever reaching home. Tell me, too, about all these things, O daughter of Jove, from whatsoever source you may know them. So now all who escaped death in battle or by shipwreck had got safely home, except Ulysses, and he, though he was longing to return to his wife and country, was detained by the goddess Calypso, who had got him into a large cave and wanted to marry him. But as years went by, there came a time when the gods settled that he should go back to Ithaca. Even then, however, When he was among his own people, his troubles were not yet over. Nevertheless, all the gods had now begun to pity him except Neptune, who still persecuted him without ceasing and would not let him get home. Now Neptune had gone off to the Ethiopians, who were at the world's end, and lie in two halves, one looking west and the other east. He had gone there to accept a hecatomb of sheep and oxen, and was enjoying himself at his festival. But the other gods met in the house of Olympian Jove, and the sire of gods and men spoke first. At that moment he was thinking of Aegisthus, who had been killed by Agamemnon's son Orestes. So he said to the other gods, "See now how men lay blame upon us gods for what is after all nothing but their own folly. Look at Aegisthus. He must needs make love to Agamemnon's wife unrighteously and then kill Agamemnon, though he knew it would be the death of him. For I sent Mercury to warn him not to do either of these things, inasmuch as Orestes would be sure to take his revenge when he grew up and wanted to return home. Mercury told him this in all good will, but he would not listen, and now he has paid for everything in full." Then Minerva said, "Father, son of Saturn, king of kings, it served Aegisthus right, and so it would anyone else who does as he did. But Aegisthus is neither here nor there. It is for Ulysses that my heart bleeds, when I think of his sufferings in that lonely sea-girt island, far away, poor man, from all his friends. It is an island covered with forest, in the very middle of the sea, and a goddess lives there, daughter of the magician Atlas, who looks after the bottom of the ocean and carries the great columns that keep heaven and earth asunder. This daughter of Atlas has got hold of poor, unhappy Ulysses, and keeps trying by every kind of blandishment to make him forget his home, so that he is tired of life, and thinks of nothing but how he may once more see the smoke of his own chimneys. You, sir, take no heed of this. And yet, when Ulysses was before Troy, did he not propitiate you with many a burnt sacrifice? Why then should you keep on being so angry with him?" And Jove said, "My child, what are you talking about? How can I forget Ulysses, than whom there is no more capable man on earth, nor more liberal in his offerings to the immortal gods that live in heaven? Bear in mind, however, that Neptune is still furious with Ulysses for having blinded an eye of Polyphemus, king of the Cyclopes. Polyphemus is son to Neptune by the nymph Theusa, daughter to the sea-king Phorcys. Therefore, though he will not kill Ulysses outright, he torments him by preventing him from getting home. Still, let us lay our heads together and see how we can help him to return. Neptune will then be pacified, for if we are all of a mind, he can hardly stand out against us." And Minerva said, "Father, son of Saturn, king of kings, if then the gods now mean that Ulysses should get home, we should first send Mercury to the Ogygian island to tell Calypso that we have made up our minds and that he is to return. In the meantime I will go to Ithaca, to put heart into Ulysses' son Telemachus. I will embolden him to call the Achaeans in assembly, and speak out to the suitors of his mother Penelope, who persist in eating up any number of his sheep and oxen. I will also conduct him to Sparta and to Pylos, to see if he can hear anything about the return of his dear father, for this will make people speak well of him." So saying, she bound on her glittering golden sandals imperishable, with which she can fly like the wind over land or sea. She grasped the redoubtable bronze-shod spear, so stout and sturdy and strong, wherewith she quells the ranks of heroes who have displeased her. And down she darted from the topmost summits of Olympus, whereon forthwith she was in Ithaca, at the gateway of Ulysses' house, disguised as a visitor, Mentes, chief of the Taphians, and she held a bronze spear in her hand. There she found the lordly suitors seated on hides of the oxen which they had killed and eaten, and playing draughts in front of the house. Men-servants and pages were bustling about to wait upon them, some mixing wine with water in the mixing bowls, some cleaning down the tables with wet sponges and laying them out again, and some cutting up great quantities of meat. Telemachus saw her long before anyone else did. He was sitting moodily among the suitors, thinking about his brave father, and how he would send them flying out of the house, if he were to come to his own again and be honored as in days gone by. Thus brooding, as he sat among them, he caught sight of Minerva and went straight to the gate, for he was vexed that a stranger should be kept waiting for admittance. He took her right hand in his own, and bade her give him her spear. "Welcome," said he, "to our house, and when you have partaken of food, you shall tell us what you have come for." He led the way as he spoke, and Minerva followed him. When they were within, he took her spear and set it in the spear-stand against a strong bearing-post, along with the many other spears of his unhappy father, and he conducted her to a richly decorated seat under which he threw a cloth of damask. There was a footstool also for her feet, and he set another seat near her for himself, away from the suitors, that she might not be annoyed while eating by their noise and insolence, and that he might ask her more freely about his father. A maidservant then brought them water in a beautiful golden ewer, and poured it into a silver basin for them to wash their hands, and she drew a clean table beside them. An upper servant brought them bread, and offered them many good things of what there was in the house. The carver fetched them plates of all manner of meats, and set cups of gold by their side, and a manservant brought them wine and poured it out for them. Then the suitors came in and took their places on the benches and seats. Forthwith men-servants poured water over their hands, maids went round with the bread-baskets, pages filled the mixing-bowls with wine and water, and they laid their hands upon the good things that were before them. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, they wanted music and dancing, which were the crowning embellishments of a banquet. So a servant brought a lyre to Phemius, whom they compelled perforce to sing to them. As soon as he touched his lyre and began to sing, Telemachus spoke low to Minerva, with his head close to hers, that no man might hear. "I hope, sir," said he, "that you will not be offended with what I am going to say. Singing comes cheap to those who do not pay for it, and all this is done at the cost of one whose bones lie rotting in some wilderness or grinding to powder in the surf. If these men were to see my father come back to Ithaca, they would pray for longer legs rather than a longer purse, for money would not serve them. But he, alas, has fallen on an ill fate, and even when people do sometimes say that he is coming, we no longer heed them. We shall never see him again. And now, sir, tell me, and tell me true. Who are you, and where do you come from? Tell me of your town and parents, what manner of ship you came in, how your crew brought you to Ithaca, and of what nation they declared themselves to be, for you cannot have come by land. Tell me also truly, for I want to know, are you a stranger to this house, or have you been here in my father's time? In the old days we had many visitors, for my father went about much himself." And Minerva answered, "I will tell you truly and particularly all about it. I am Mentes, son of Anchialus, and I am king of the Taphians. I have come here with my ship and crew, on a voyage to men of a foreign tongue, being bound for Temesa, with a cargo of iron, and I shall bring back copper. As for my ship, it lies over yonder off the open country, away from the town, in the harbour Rhythron, under the wooded mountain Neritum. Our fathers were friends before us, as old Laertes will tell you, if you will go and ask him. They say, however, that he never comes to town now, and lives by himself in the country, faring hardly, with an old woman to look after him and get his dinner for him, when he comes in tired from pottering about his vineyard. They told me your father was at home again, and that was why I came, but it seems the gods are still keeping him back, for he is not dead yet, not on the mainland. It is more likely he is on some sea-girt island in mid-ocean, or a prisoner among savages who are detaining him against his will. I am no prophet, and know very little about omens, but I speak as it is borne in upon me from heaven, and assure you that he will not be away much longer, for he is a man of such resource that even though he were in chains of iron, he would find some means of getting home again. But tell me, and tell me true, can Ulysses really have such a fine-looking fellow for a son? You are indeed wonderfully like him about the head and eyes, for we were close friends before he set sail for Troy, where the flower of all the Argives went also. Since that time we have never either of us seen the other." "My mother," answered Telemachus, "tells me I am son to Ulysses, but it is a wise child that knows his own father. Would that I were son to one who had grown old upon his own estates, for since you ask me, there is no more ill-starred man under heaven than he who they tell me is my father." And Minerva said, "There is no fear of your race dying out yet, while Penelope has such a fine son as you are. But tell me, and tell me true, what is the meaning of all this feasting, and who are these people? What is it all about? Have you some banquet, or is there a wedding in the family? For no one seems to be bringing any provisions of his own. And the guests, how atrociously they are behaving! What riot they make over the whole house! It is enough to disgust any respectable person who comes near them." "Sir," said Telemachus, "as regards your question, so long as my father was here, it was well with us and with the house. But the gods in their displeasure have willed it otherwise, and have hidden him away more closely than mortal man was ever yet hidden. I could have borne it better, even though he were dead, if he had fallen with his men before Troy, or had died with his friends around him when the days of his fighting were done. For then the Achaeans would have built a mound over his ashes, and I should myself have been heir to his renown. But now the storm winds have spirited him away we know not whither. He is gone without leaving so much as a trace behind him, and I inherit nothing but dismay. Nor does the matter end simply with grief for the loss of my father. Heaven has laid sorrows upon me of yet another kind. For the chiefs from all our islands, Dulichium, Same, and the woodland island of Zacynthus, as also all the principal men of Ithaca itself, are eating up my house under the pretext of paying their court to my mother, who will neither point-blank say that she will not marry, nor yet bring matters to an end. So they are making havoc of my estate, and before long will do so also with myself." "Is that so?" exclaimed Minerva. "Then you indeed want Ulysses home again. Give him his helmet, shield, and a couple of lances, and if he is the man he was when I first knew him in our house, drinking and making merry, he would soon lay his hands about these rascally suitors, were he to stand once more upon his own threshold." He was then coming from Ephyra, where he had been to beg poison for his arrows from Ilus, son of Murmerus. Ilus feared the ever-living gods, and would not give him any, but my father let him have some, for he was very fond of him. If Ulysses is the man he then was, these suitors will have a short shrift and a sorry wedding. But there, it rests with heaven to determine whether he is to return, and take his revenge in his own house or no. I would, however, urge you to set about trying to get rid of these suitors at once. Take my advice. Call the Achaean heroes in assembly tomorrow morning. Lay your case before them, and call heaven to bear you witness. Bid the suitors take themselves off, each to his own place, and if your mother's mind is set on marrying again, let her go back to her father, who will find her a husband and provide her with all the marriage gifts that so dear a daughter may expect. As for yourself, let me prevail upon you to take the best ship you can get, with a crew of 20 men, and go in quest of your father, who has so long been missing. Someone may tell you something, or, and people often hear things in this way, some heaven-sent message may direct you. First, go to Pylos and ask Nestor. Thence go on to Sparta and visit Menelaus, for he got home last of all the Achaeans. If you hear that your father is alive and on his way home, you can put up with the waste of these suitors will make for yet another 12 months. If, on the other hand, you hear of his death, come home at once, celebrate his funeral rites with all due pomp, build a barrow to his memory, and make your mother marry again. Then, having done all this, think it well over in your mind how, by fair means or foul, you may kill these suitors in your own house. You are too old to plead infancy any longer. Have you not heard how people are singing Orestes' praises for having killed his father's murderer, Aegisthus? You are a fine, smart-looking fellow. Show your mettle, then, and make yourself a name in story. Now, however, I must go back to my ship and to my crew, who will be impatient if I keep them waiting longer. Think the matter over for yourself, and remember what I have said to you." "Sir," answered Telemachus, "it has been very kind of you to talk to me in this way, as though I were your own son, and I will do all you tell me. I know you want to be getting on with your voyage, but stay a little longer till you have taken a bath and refreshed yourself. I will then give you a present, and you shall go on your way rejoicing. I will give you one of great beauty and value, a keepsake such as only dear friends give to one another." Minerva answered, "Do not try to keep me, for I would be on my way at once. As for any present you may be disposed to make me, keep it till I come again, and I will take it home with me. You shall give me a very good one, and I will give you one of no less value in return." With these words she flew away like a bird into the air, but she had given Telemachus courage, and had made him think more than ever about his father. He felt the change, wondered at it, and knew that the stranger had been a god, so he went straight to where the suitors were sitting. Phemius was still singing, and his hearers sat wrapped in silence as he told the sad tale of the return from Troy, and the ills Minerva had laid upon the Achaeans. Penelope, daughter of Icarius, heard his song from her room upstairs, and came down by the great staircase, not alone, but attended by 2 of her handmaids. When she reached the suitors, she stood by one of the bearing-posts that supported the roof of the cloisters, with a staid maiden on either side of her. She held a veil, moreover, before her face, and was weeping bitterly. "Phemius," she cried, "you know many another feat of gods and heroes, such as poets love to celebrate. Sing the suitors some one of these, and let them drink their wine in silence, but cease this sad tale, for it breaks my sorrowful heart, and reminds me of my lost husband, whom I mourn ever without ceasing, and whose name was great all over Hellas and middle Argos." "Mother," answered Telemachus, "let the bard sing what he has a mind to. Bards do not make the ills they sing of. It is Jove, not they, who makes them, and who sends weal or woe upon mankind according to his own good pleasure. This fellow means no harm by singing the ill-fated return of the Danaans, for people always applaud the latest songs most warmly. Make up your mind to it and bear it. Ulysses is not the only man who never came back from Troy, but many another went down as well as he. Go, then, within the house and busy yourself with your daily duties, your loom, your distaff, and the ordering of your servants. For speech is man's matter, and mine above all others, for it is I who am master here." She went wondering back into the house, and laid her son saying in her heart. Then, going upstairs with her handmaids into her room, she mourned her dear husband till Minerva shed sweet sleep over her eyes. But the suitors were clamorous throughout the covered cloisters, and prayed each one that he might be her bedfellow. Then Telemachus spoke. "Shameless," he cried, "and insolent suitors! Let us feast at our pleasure now, and let there be no brawling, for it is a rare thing to hear a man with such a divine voice as Phemius has. But in the morning meet me in full assembly, that I may give you formal notice to depart, and feast at one another's houses, turn and turn about, at your own cost. If, on the other hand, you choose to persist in sponging upon one man, heaven help me, but Jove shall reckon with you in full, and when you fall in my father's house there shall be no man to avenge you." The suitors bit their lips as they heard him, and marveled at the boldness of his speech. Then Antinous, son of Eupeithes, said, "The gods seem to have given you lessons in bluster and tall talking. May Jove never grant you to be chief in Ithaca, as your father was before you." Telemachus answered, "Antinous, do not chide with me, but God willing, I will be chief too if I can. Is this the worst fate you can think of for me? It is no bad thing to be a chief, for it brings both riches and honor. Still, now that Ulysses is dead, there are many great men in Ithaca, both old and young, and some other may take the lead among them. Nevertheless, I will be chief in my own house, and will rule those whom Ulysses has won for me." Then Eurymachus, son of Polybus, answered, "It rests with heaven to decide who shall be chief among us, but you shall be master in your own house and over your own possessions. No one, while there is a man in Ithaca, shall do you violence nor rob you. And now, my good fellow, I want to know about this stranger. What country does he come from? Of what family is he, and where is his estate? Has he brought you news about the return of your father, or was he on business of his own?" He seemed a well-to-do man, but he hurried off so suddenly that he was gone in a moment before we could get to know him. "My father is dead and gone," answered Telemachus, "and even if some rumor reaches me, I put no more faith in it now. My mother does indeed sometimes send for a soothsayer and question him, but I give his prophesyings no heed. As for the stranger, he was Mentes, son of Anchialus, chief of the Taphians, an old friend of my father's." But in his heart he knew that it had been the goddess. The suitors then returned to their singing and dancing until the evening, but when night fell upon their pleasuring, they went home to bed each in his own abode. Telemachus's room was high up in a tower that looked on to the outer court. Hither then he hied, brooding and full of thought. A good old woman, Euryclea, daughter of Ops, the son of Pisanor, went before him with a couple of blazing torches. Laertes had bought her with his own money when she was quite young. He gave the worth of 20 oxen for her, and showed as much respect to her in his household as he did to his own wedded wife, but he did not take her to his bed, for he feared his wife's resentment. She it was who now lighted Telemachus to his room, and she loved him better than any of the other women in the house did, for she had nursed him when he was a baby. He opened the door of his bedroom and sat down upon the bed. As he took off his shirt, he gave it to the good old woman, who folded it tidily up and hung it for him over a peg by his bedside, after which she went out, pulled the door to by a silver catch, and drew the bolt home by means of the strap. But Telemachus, as he lay covered with a woolen fleece, kept thinking all night through of his intended voyage and of the counsel that Minerva had given him. End of Book 1. Book 2 of The Odyssey by Homer. Translated by Samuel Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Odyssey. Book 2. Assembly of the people of Ithaca. Speeches of Telemachus and of the suitors. Telemachus makes his preparations and starts for Pylos with Minerva disguised as Mentor. Now when the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, Telemachus rose and dressed himself. He bound his sandals on to his comely feet, girded his sword about his shoulder, and left his room looking like an immortal god. He at once sent the criers around to call the people in assembly, so they called them, and the people gathered thereon. Then, when they were got together, he went to the place of assembly spear in hand, not alone, for his 2 hounds went with him. Minerva endowed him with a presence of such divine comeliness that all marveled at him as he went by, and when he took his place in his father's seat, even the oldest counselors made way for him. Aegyptius, a man bent double with age and of infinite experience, was the first to speak. His son Antiphus had gone with Ulysses to Ilius, land of noble steeds, but the savage Cyclops had killed him when they were all shut up in the cave, and had cooked his last dinner for him. He had 3 sons left, of whom 2 still worked on their father's land, while the third, Eurynomus, was one of the suitors. Nevertheless, their father could not get over the loss of Antiphus, and was still weeping for him when he began his speech. "Men of Ithaca," he said, Hear my words. From the day Ulysses left us, there has been no meeting of our counselors until now. Who then can it be, whether old or young, that finds it so necessary to convene us? Has he got wind of some host approaching, and does he wish to warn us? Or would he speak upon some other matter of public moment? I am sure he is an excellent person, and I hope Jove will grant him his heart's desire." Telemachus took this speech as of good omen, and rose at once, for he was bursting with what he had to say. He stood in the middle of the assembly, and the good herald Pisanor brought him his staff. Then, turning to Aegyptius, "Sir," he said, "it is I, as you will shortly learn, who have convened you, for it is I who am the most aggrieved. I have not got wind of any host approaching about which I would warn you, nor is there any matter of public moment on which I would speak. My grievance is purely personal, and turns on two great misfortunes which have fallen upon my house. The first of these is the loss of my excellent father, who is chief among all you here present, and was like a father to every one of you. The second is much more serious, and ere long will be the utter ruin of my estate. The sons of all the chief men among you are pestering my mother to marry them against her will. They are afraid to go to her father Icarius, asking him to choose the one he likes best, and to provide marriage gifts for his daughter. But day by day they keep hanging about my father's house, sacrificing our oxen, sheep, and fat goats for their banquets, and never giving so much as a thought to the quantity of wine they drink. No estate can stand such recklessness. We have now no Ulysses to ward off harm from our doors, and I cannot hold my own against them. I shall never all my days be as good a man as he was. Still, I would indeed defend myself if I had power to do so, for I cannot stand such treatment any longer. My house is being disgraced and ruined. Have respect, therefore, to your own consciences and to public opinion. Fear, too, the wrath of heaven, lest the gods should be displeased and turn upon you. I pray you, by Jove and Themis, who is the beginning and end of counsels, do not hold back, my friends, and leave me single-handed, unless it be that my brave father Ulysses did some wrong to the Achaeans which you would now avenge on me, by aiding and abetting these suitors. Moreover, if I am to be eaten out of house and home at all, I had rather you did the eating yourselves, for I could then take action against you to some purpose, and serve you with notices from house to house till I got paid in full, whereas now I have no remedy." With this Telemachus dashed his staff to the ground and burst into tears. Everyone was very sorry for him, but they all sat still, and no one ventured to make him an angry answer, only Antinous, who spoke thus: "Telemachus, insolent braggart that you are, how dare you try to throw the blame upon us suitors? It is your mother's fault, not ours, for she is a very artful woman. This 3 years past, and close on 4, she had been driving us out of our minds, by encouraging each one of us, and sending him messages without meaning one word of what she says. And then there was that trick she played on us. She set up a great tambour frame in her room, and began to work on an enormous piece of fine needlework. 'Sweetheart,' said she, 'Ulysses is indeed dead. Still do not press me to marry again immediately. Wait, for I would not have skill in needlework perish unrecorded, till I have completed a pall for the hero Laertes, to be in readiness against the time when death shall take him. He is very rich, and the women of the place will talk if he is laid out without a pall.' This was what she said, and we assented, whereon we could see her working on her great web all day long, but at night she would unpick the stitches again by torchlight. She fooled us in this way for 3 years, and we never found her out. But as time wore on, and she was now in her 4th year, one of her maids who knew what she was doing told us, and we caught her in the act of undoing her work, so she had to finish it whether she would or no. The suitors, therefore, make you this answer, that both you and the Achaeans may understand. Send your mother away, and bid her marry the man of her own and of her father's choice. For I do not know what will happen if she goes on plaguing us much longer with the airs she gives herself on the score of the accomplishments Minerva has taught her, and because she is so clever. We never yet heard of such a woman. We know all about Tyro, Alcmena, Malsina, and the famous women of old, but they were nothing to your mother, any one of them. It was not fair of her to treat us in that way. And as long as she continues in the mind with which heaven has now endowed her, so long shall we go on eating up your estate. And I do not see why she should change, for she gets all the honor and glory, and it is you who pay for it, not she. Understand, then, that we will not go back to our lands, neither here nor elsewhere, till she has made her choice and married some one or other of us." Telemachus answered, "Antinous, how can I drive the mother who bore me from my father's house? My father is abroad, and we do not know whether he is alive or dead. It will be hard on me if I have to pay Icarius the large sum which I must give him if I insist on sending his daughter back to him. Not only will he deal rigorously with me, but heaven will also punish me. For my mother, when she leaves the house, will call on the Erinyes to avenge her. Besides, it would not be a creditable thing to do, and I will have nothing to say to it. If you choose to take offense at this, leave the house, and feast elsewhere at one another's houses at your own cost, turn and turn about. If, on the other hand, you elect to persist in sponging upon one man, heaven help me, but Jove shall reckon with you in full, and when you fall in my father's house, there shall be no man to avenge you." As he spoke, Jove sent 2 eagles from the top of the mountain, and they flew on and on with the wind, sailing side by side in their own lordly flight. When they were right over the middle of the assembly, they wheeled and circled about, beating the air with their wings and glaring death into the eyes of them that were below. Then, fighting fiercely and tearing at one another, they flew off towards the right over the town. The people wondered as they saw them, and asked each other what all this might be. Whereon Halitherses, who was the best prophet and reader of omens among them, spoke to them plainly and in all honesty, saying, "Hear me, men of Ithaca, and I speak more particularly to the suitors, for I see mischief brewing for them. Ulysses is not going to be away much longer. Indeed, he is close at hand to deal out death and destruction, not on them alone, but on many another of us who live in Ithaca. Let us then be wise in time, and put a stop to this wickedness before he comes. Let the suitors do so of their own accord. It will be better for them, for I am not prophesying without due knowledge. Everything has happened to Ulysses as I foretold, when the Argives set out for Troy, and he with them. I said that after going through much hardship and losing all his men, he should come home again in the 20th year, and that no one would know him. And now all this is coming true." Eurymachus, son of Polybus, then said, "Go home, old man, and prophesy to your own children, or it may be worse for them. I can read these omens myself much better than you can. Birds are always flying about in the sunshine somewhere or other, but they seldom mean anything. Ulysses has died in a far country, and it is a pity you are not dead along with him, instead of prating here about omens and adding fuel to the anger of Telemachus, which is fierce enough as it is. I suppose you think he will give you something for your family. But I tell you, and it shall surely be, when an old man like you, who should know better, talks a young one over till he becomes troublesome, in the first place, his young friend will only fare so much the worse. He will take nothing by it, for the suitors will prevent this. And in the next, he will lay a heavier fine, sir, upon yourself than you will at all like paying, for it will bear hardly upon you. As for Telemachus, I warn him in the presence of you all to send his mother back to her father, who will find her a husband and provide her with all the marriage gifts so dear a daughter may expect. Till then we shall go on harassing him with our suit. For we fear no man, and care neither for him, with all his fine speeches, nor for any fortune-telling of yours. You may preach as much as you please, but we shall only hate you the more. We shall go back and continue to eat up Telemachus's estate without paying him, till such time as his mother leaves off tormenting us by keeping us day after day on the tiptoe of expectation, each vying with the other in his suit for a prize of such rare perfection. Besides, we cannot go after the other women whom we should marry in due course, but for the way in which she treats us." Then Telemachus said, "Eurymachus, and you other suitors, I shall say no more, and entreat you no further, for the gods and the people of Ithaca now know my story. Give me, then, a ship and a crew of 20 men to take me hither and thither, and I will go to Sparta and to Pylos in quest of my father, who has so long been missing. Some one may tell me something, or, and people often hear things in this way, some heaven-sent message may direct me. If I can hear of him as alive and on his way home, I will put up with the waste you suitors will make for yet another 12 months. If, on the other hand, I hear of his death, I will return at once, celebrate his funeral rites with all due pomp, build a barrow to his memory, and make my mother marry again." With these words he sat down, and Mentor, who had been a friend of Ulysses, and had been left in charge of everything with full authority over the servants, rose to speak. He then, plainly and in all honesty, addressed them thus: "Hear me, men of Ithaca. I hope that you may never have a kind and well-disposed ruler any more, nor one who will govern you equitably. I hope that all your chiefs henceforward may be cruel and unjust, for there is not one of you but has forgotten Ulysses, who ruled you as though he were your father. I am not half so angry with the suitors, for if they choose to do violence in the naughtiness of their hearts, and wager their heads that Ulysses will not return, they can take the high hand and eat up his estate. But as for you others, I am shocked at the way in which you all sit still without even trying to stop such scandalous goings-on, which you could do if you chose, for you are many and they are few." Leocritus, son of Evenor, answered him, saying, "Mentor, what folly is all this, that you should set the people to stay us? It is a hard thing for one man to fight with many about his victuals. Even though Ulysses himself were to set upon us while we are feasting in his house, and do his best to oust us, his wife, who wants him back so very badly, would have small cause for rejoicing, and his blood would be upon his own head if he fought against such great odds. There is no sense in what you have been saying. Now, therefore, do you people go about your business, and let his father's old friends, Mentor and Halitherses, speed this boy on his journey, if he goes at all, which I do not think he will, for he is more likely to stay where he is till someone comes and tells him something." On this he broke up the assembly, and every man went back to his own abode, while the suitors returned to the house of Ulysses. Then Telemachus went all alone by the seaside, washed his hands in the grey waves, and prayed to Minerva. "Hear me," he cried, "you god who visited me yesterday and bade me sail the seas in search of my father who has so long been missing. I would obey you, but the Achaeans, and more particularly the wicked suitors, are hindering me that I cannot do so." As thus he prayed, Minerva came close up to him in the likeness and with the voice of Mentor. "Telemachus," said she, "if you are made of the same stuff as your father, you will be neither fool nor coward henceforward, for Ulysses never broke his word nor left his work half done. If then you take after him, your voyage will not be fruitless, but unless you have the blood of Ulysses and of Penelope in your veins, I see no likelihood of your succeeding. Sons are seldom as good men as their fathers. They are generally worse, not better. Still, as you are not going to be either fool or coward henceforward, and are not entirely without some share of your father's wise discernment, I look with hope upon your undertaking. But mind you, never make common cause with any of those foolish suitors, for they have neither sense nor virtue, and give no thought to death and to the doom that will shortly fall on one and all of them, so that they shall perish on the same day. As for your voyage, it shall not be long delayed. Your father was such an old friend of mine that I will find you a ship, and will come with you myself. Now, however, return home, and go about among the suitors. Begin getting provisions ready for your voyage. See everything well stowed, the wine in jars, and the barley meal, which is the staff of life, in leathern bags, while I go round the town and beat up volunteers at once. There are many ships in Ithaca, both old and new. I will run my eye over them for you, and will choose the best. We will get her ready, and will put out to sea without delay." Thus spoke Minerva, daughter of Jove, and Telemachus lost no time in doing as the goddess told him. He went moodily home, and found the suitors flaying goats and singeing pigs in the outer court. Antinous came up to him at once and laughed as he took his hand in his own, saying, "Telemachus, my fine fire-eater, bear no more ill blood, neither in word nor deed, but eat and drink with us as you used to do. The Achaeans will find you in everything, a ship and a picked crew to boot, so that you can set sail for Pylos at once and get news of your noble father." "Antinous," answered Telemachus, "I cannot eat in peace, nor take pleasure of any kind with such men as you are. Was it not enough that you should waste so much good property of mine while I was yet a boy? Now that I am older and know more about it, I am also stronger, and whether here among this people or by going to Pylos, I will do you all the harm I can. I shall go, and my going will not be in vain, though, thanks to you suitors, I have neither ship nor crew of my own, and must be passenger, not captain." As he spoke, he snatched his hand from that of Antinous. Meanwhile the others went on getting dinner ready about the buildings, jeering at him tauntingly as they did so. "Telemachus," said one youngster, "means to be the death of us. I suppose he thinks he can bring friends to help him from Pylos, or again from Sparta, where he seems bent on going. Or will he go to Ephyra as well, for poison to put in our wine and kill us?" Another said, "Perhaps if Telemachus goes on board ship, he will be like his father and perish far from his friends. In this case we should have plenty to do, for we could then divide up his property amongst us. As for the house, we can let his mother and the man who marries her have that." This was how they talked. But Telemachus went down into the lofty and spacious storeroom, where his father's treasure of gold and bronze lay heaped up upon the floor, and where the linen and spare clothes were kept in open chests. Here, too, there was a store of fragrant olive oil, while casks of old, well-ripened wine, unblended and fit for a god to drink, were ranged against the wall in case Ulysses should come home again after all. The room was closed with well-made doors opening in the middle. Moreover, the faithful old housekeeper Euryclea, daughter of Ops, the son of Pisenor, was in charge of everything both night and day. Telemachus called her to the storeroom and said, "Nurse, draw me off some of the best wine you have, after what you are keeping for my father's own drinking, in case, poor man, he should escape death and find his way home again after all. Let me have 12 jars, and see that they all have lids. Also, fill me some well-sewn leathern bags with barley meal, about 20 measures in all. Get these things put together at once, and say nothing about it. I will take everything away this evening as soon as my mother has gone upstairs for the night. I am going to Sparta and to Pylos to see if I can hear anything about the return of my dear father." When Euryclea heard this, she began to cry, and spoke fondly to him, saying, "My dear child, whatever can have put such notion as that into your head? Where in the world do you want to go to, you who are the one hope of the house? Your poor father is dead and gone in some foreign country nobody knows where, and as soon as your back is turned, these wicked ones here will be scheming to get you put out of the way, and will share all your possessions among themselves. Stay where you are among your own people, and do not go wandering and worrying your life out on the barren ocean."
Hey, Matilda, my man. How are you doing? Are you there yet? Yeah, I just woke up. I just woke up. Yeah, I can see you just woke up. How are you? Did you dream something good at least? Although day sleeping, I think, is rarely followed by dreams, you know? I can't say for sure. There was no time to dream. So you were practically in coma. I slept like a baby. You slept like a slaughtered baby. That's how we say in Serbia. He sleeps like slaughtered. I'm hungry now. I see you fixed your delay. Yeah, man. Yeah. My friend Misha, the punk, helped me with that yesterday after the stream. It was some settings on YouTube, you know. Maybe I will just erase this, yep, and like leave something like this here. Lovely. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I'm almost finished with the line art. I have like a few things to implement, and then I can start. Popping in like the basic colors and everything. It's gonna be a long process. How was your day? Aside your sleeping. Such a small space, man. I can barely work in this little one. Great, had like 3 workouts. My arms are falling apart. Yeah. Dennis was on the stream. He told me that you worked out. You two of you worked out naked in the snow. Now I woke up and I feel like gaming. Yeah, man. Why not? Do some StarCraft, my man. Dennis, the menace, yeah. Malaka. This part of the illustration is hard because there is like a really tight amount of space, you know, and I need to like insert a lot of stuff here, so. Okay, let's now copy this part on the other shoulder pad, because I don't want to do it twice in this tiny space. Nice. Okay, let's see this part. We need to change this part now also. Just explore a little bit on the internet. Come on.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
And abuse the. Just listen to this. A brother came to Abba Macarius the Egyptian and said to him, Abba, give me a word that I may be saved. So the old man said to the brother, Go to the cemetery and abuse the dead. So the brother went to the cemetery, abused the dead by calling them names. He threw stones at them. And then he returned and told the old man about it. And the old man said to him, And did they say anything back to you? And the brother replied, No. So the old man said, Well, go back tomorrow and praise them. So the brother went out of obedience and praised the dead, calling them, O you apostles, O you saints and holy righteous men. And he again returned to the old man, and he said to him, Well, I have complimented the dead. And the old man said to him, And did they answer you anything? The brother said,
Sorry, man. We gotta go through this all the way.
No. And the old man said to him, You know how you insulted the dead, and they did not reply, and how you praised the dead, and they did not speak. So you too, if you wish to be saved, must do the same and become a dead man. Like the dead, take no account of either the scorn of men or their praises, and you can be saved. This story is one of the most meaningful and most important stories of my life. I remember when I read the sayings of the Desert Fathers, I remember how impactful this particular story and a few others that say the same thing put forward this idea of us having to become like dead people and to live in the world as if we were dead. And I want to approach this, and I want to talk to you a bit about it today, because almost always when we hear that we need to be dead to the world, that is interpreted as a sort of hatred towards the world, a way in which one has to condemn the world, destroy the world, or even destroy oneself. Because if you are to be dead, that is, in essence, isn't it, a way of destroying who you are. And if you are to be dead to the world, that means that in a sense you destroy the world and its impact, its presence in you. And I did believe that for quite some time at the beginning of my monastic life. I did think that it's all about a kind of self-destruction almost, a kind of destroying the world, death to the world and death to oneself. Until by the grace of God and through the wisdom of my spiritual father and the fathers of the church whom I kept on reading and to whom I kept on praying, I understood that in fact what Abba Macarius and the Desert Fathers and everyone who argues that we should be dead in the world, they are not arguing for a destruction of the self, just as they are not arguing for the destruction of the world, but quite the opposite, the absolute opposite of destruction. This is the only way in which we can give birth to ourselves, to our true selves, to ourselves in Christ, and also the only way in which we can, by the grace of God, contribute to some degree to the birth of the world as the world was created to be. Until we become dead to the world, we cannot begin to exist properly. Death of ourselves to the world is the beginning of our birth into Christ. I have often, unfortunately, been in a position where I had to offer a word of encouragement and of love to people who have just lost someone whom they loved. I've often, unfortunately, been in a position where I've been close to people who go through horrible experiences of loss and bereavement and pain. And the person in front of you, when they hear that their husband or their wife, their child or their parent has died or something dreadful has happened, there's an explosion of anger, of violence. They lose self-control and they scream and they yell horrible things, and sometimes they kick and they hit, and there's a battle, there's a fight against the pain that has just happened, which is manifested on the outside in horrible ways. And you end up having to embrace this person who's kicking at you, and you end up having to caress this person who hits you, and you end up having to whisper words of compassion and gentleness and kindness and love to a person who screams at you and says the most horrible things and swears and so on and so forth. In that reaction towards a person in pain, in deep pain, almost hysterical reaction to pain, in that reaction of yours towards that person, you are acting as someone who is, on the one hand, dead to that person, but also deeply, profoundly in love, in Christian love with that person. Let me explain what I mean by that. It is not natural that one should embrace someone who hits you. It is not natural that one should embrace and caress someone who kicks at you and does you physical bodily harm. It is not natural, it's not a natural response, the natural reaction to try to console and say words of kindness and love to a person who screams and yells abuse at you. In order to do that, you have to shut yourself. You have to close yourself. You have to become dead towards that person, in the sense that you no longer respond to their actions. You are no longer a reaction to their action. You act from a different place. You respond and react to a different person than the person in front of you. You act based on love, because if you were not to act based on love, you would have to follow the instinct of survival and you would kick back.
What do you do when you spill beverage over the drawing? Well, you can always kill yourself, or you can use something called, I don't know the English word, but here in Serbia we call it paus papir. Paus papir. With that you can with that you can draw over the corrupted image beneath. You know, it's like paper with the transparency. You know, so and you can use it to draw stuff on the paper with the paper that was beneath it. Or you can just simply redo the entire drawing. Or you can go digital. Yeah, I managed in my old days, managed a few times to like destroy my work with the spoiled ink or something. That's the worst one. The ink is the worst one because it's like mega black when it drops, you know. So you try to work around the malfunction, or you actually do the work all over again. Back in my high school days, we had a class that was called calligraphy. It's the art of writing, you know, with the special rules, and that is included in that kind of writing. And you use the organic materials, and if there is only like one little mistake, drop or anything, our teacher made us do it all over again. And calligraphy was hard for me because it required like the how to say that, a large amount of focus and discipline in order to evade the mistakes, you know. And I don't know. That's why I love digital drawing because I am, how to say, kako se kaže smotan na engleskom? Clumsy. I'm clumsy, you know, when drawing like in conventional ways. I always do something bad with the paper. You know.
When they kick you, you kick them. When they scream abuse of you, you scream abuse of them, right back at them. But when you act out of love and in reaction to the deeper person than the person whom you see just coming to pieces before your eyes, then you become dead to that dying person, that person who's falling to pieces before your eyes, and you engage in love with the deeper person whom you know exists deep down. And you do everything that is in your power to be responsive to the deeper person, not the outside, the screaming, hysterical person. You do your best to be responsive and to take care of the needs of the deeper person, the person whom you know is in pain and needs love and needs support, not to respond to the actions of the person who screams at you and yells at you. When you embrace this screaming, kicking human being, on the one hand, you have become dead to this screaming, violent person, while at the same time, your love could not be more active towards the real person, the deeper person, the potential of this person, which you know is hidden deep down. When Saint Macarius and the saints of the church teach us to become dead to the world, this is what they tell us. They tell us that when confronted with a world that screams abuse at us and kicks us and hits us and slanders us and tries to harm us any way possible, on the one hand, we should be dead to that world and not engage with their actions. Do not become a reaction to these violent actions. This is one aspect of being dead to the world, but at the same time we need to embrace this screaming, kicking, violent world, because we have to learn to recognize deep down in the depth of this sinful, fallen, violent world, we need to learn to recognize the potential of this world, the hidden image of God which is imprinted in the hearts of every single human being ever created, from Adam till the last man or woman to be created. So we become dead to the fallenness of the world, while being in profound love, in profound Christian love with the world which is created by Christ in his image in order to save the world. To be dead to the world has nothing to do with destroying the world or with destroying ourselves. It has to do with being non-responsive to the violence, the fallenness of the world, while at the same time offering this screaming, kicking world, offering this self-destructive world, the kindness, the love, the patience, and above everything, the prayer and the non-judgment that the deeper potential, the deeper value of the world needs. And when we do this, when we begin to be dead in this world, in this way to the world, when this good, blessed death kicks in, that's when our real birth kicks in as well, because that is the moment when we begin to be born as Christians into the world, and when the birth of the world through us, through the grace that this action brings into the world, the birth of the world begins to take place as well. Nothing that is ugly, nothing that is violent, nothing that is judgmental, nothing that is in any way evil comes from God. Everything that is a fruit of the Spirit is light and joyful and loving and kind and graceful, and every single other fruit of the Spirit, whom we know from the time of the apostles all the way to the time of the saints who are alive today amongst us. We need to learn to be dead to the world in order to be truly able to love the world. We need to learn to be dead to the world so that we can begin to be born as Christians, as the saints whom we were created to become, in order for that birth to take place. When slander and being praised becomes the same to you, when poverty or wealth becomes the same to you, and having nothing or having more than necessary does not affect who you are in any way, when being loved or being hated, when being alone or surrounded by, I don't know, the crowd of New York City or of London does not affect your interior peacefulness in any way, that's when you've become dead to the world and at the same time a co-savior with the one Savior, Christ Himself, to the world. I've mentioned this today because I love the Desert Father.
In 1991, Justin Marlar left the band Sleep to become an Orthodox monk. While in the monastery, he founded the Orthodox zine Death to the World, which we will come back to directly. Sleep carried on without him as a power trio, but would disband by the late 90s. Bassist Al Cisneros and drummer Chris Hikus would form the duo Awe. Consisting of only bass and drums with the occasional flute or sitar overdub. Awe got intensely more spiritual than its predecessor Sleep. Lyrics consisting of high priests ascending, righteous Lazarus called forth from the dead. Secular topics were no longer of interest. But while these stoner doom rock musicians would play with Eastern themes and symbols, what of the monk Justin Marlar and his Orthodox publication, Death to the World? What even does death to the world mean? to get to the bottom of what death to the world means, I'm going to read to you from the very first issue of Death to the World. So when sleep is hitting the scene, this is what Justin Marlar is doing. Very cool. What do we mean by death to the world? The following quote is from St. Isaac of Syria, written in the 6th century. The world is the general name for all the passions. When we wish to call the passions by a common name, we call them the world. But when we wish to distinguish them by their special names, we call them passions. The passions are the following: love of riches, desire for possessions, bodily pleasure from which comes sexual passion, love of honor which gives rise to envy, lust for power, arrogance and pride of position, the craving to adorn oneself with luxurious clothes and vain ornaments, the itch for human glory, which is a source of rancor and resentment and physical fear. Where these passions cease to be active, there the world is dead. Someone has said of the saints that while alive they were dead, for though living in the flesh, they did not live for the flesh. See for which of these passions you are alive. Then you will know how far you are alive to the world and how far you are dead to it. The last true rebellion is death to the world, to be crucified to the world, and the world to us. With the seed of dissatisfaction deeply planted in the heart of today's society, rebellion has been a small key to unlock the doors of change. But the rebellion that the world has known is not a fullness of true rebellion. Since our times have come to a point where things can't get much worse, the few remaining lovers of truth must search deeper into themselves and deeper into the truth itself. But to get to this point, a revolution must take place. A revolution in the hearts of these lovers of truth. A revolution that annihilates all earthly and worldly thinking, and that nurtures a way of thinking that is not of this world. Because that which is of the flesh is of the flesh, and that which is of the spirit is of the spirit. There is a grave necessity for this internal revolution, for only by this can progress be made. For how can one help a world with festering wounds until one mends one's own wounds? After this spiritual surgery has taken place, true rebellion is an ideal that is attainable. In this age of confusion and destruction, the necessary distinction between good versus evil has been deathly confused. The result of this is nihilism, the philosophy of nothingness, that no ultimate truth exists. In nihilism, there is neither love or hatred, good or bad, life or death. The result of this is the soul-destroying idea that even God does not exist. The natural reaction to all of this is an internal rebellion of the soul, for the soul cannot deny its own existence. At this point, an all-out, unseen war is fully engaged. In the case of the lover of truth, the rebellion manifests itself externally in a rebellion against this corrupt world. This is good, but there are too many people who just stop at this point. Without searching any further, how can one expect to uncover the answers? True rebellion will stop at nothing in the fight for the good of the world, for the good of others, and for the good itself, in whatever way it manifests itself. It is necessary to wage a revolution in the heart in order to conquer evil with good, so as to have a rebellion in truth. This is the kind of rebellion that must take place, or else it isn't a rebellion at all. There once was a counterculture with the sole purpose of rebelling against the world. This counterculture was wise in the sense that its philosophy was based on recognizing the corruption of the world. In this lies half the truth. It represents more truth than the world would ever dare to acknowledge. But this counterculture must not stop at this, but must seek unto death the ultimate in truth, if it is to accomplish that which it first set out to do, to care for and tend the world's wounds. This counterculture of punks is something that a handful of truth seekers can easily identify with, for it is very clear that the world is coming to a close. To be a true punk is to have nothing to do with that element which kills, hurts, and causes pain, but to cauterize wounds, to be in the world, but not of the world. In actuality, the true ideals of punk have yet to be introduced to the punks themselves, as does the fullness of their rebellion. These ideals and this philosophy are the world's best kept secret, a secret that has been in the souls of those few lovers of truth ever since the beginning of time. The philosophy of punk has been around for centuries in the hearts and souls of the true punks, the monks. Monks are those who for thousands of years have rebelled against the corruption of this world by severing all chains binding themselves to the world. They have fled this vain world to live in caves, in holes in the ground, and to dwell in deserts, to eat maybe once a day or even once a week, to wear the same clothes until they completely fall apart, and to rarely sleep because the cause is more important than the pleasures of this world. In these deprivations and sufferings, they would realize one thing: there is no real suffering at all than to not know God. This is the last true rebellion, to forsake the world and to embrace God alone. And I believe that is written by Justin Marlar. Not positive, but I'm pretty sure that's who monk Justin Martyr is.
Agni parthene despina achrande theotoke
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Orthodox Logos. My name is Ian Silver. I'm joined with my co-host, Nathaniel Harmon, as usual.
Greetings.
And today we are very blessed to have Father John Valdez. I hope I pronounced your last name right.
Yes, thank you. It's a blessing to be with you both.
Thank you. Well, we really, really appreciate it. It's been something we've been going back and forth in the Instagram DMs about for a while, so I'm glad it's finally come to fruition. And you have a pretty interesting story, and I'll give like a brief overview. You converted from Protestantism in 2006, along with 30 people, from a tattoo parlor Bible study, which I'll have to ask you about that. And then if people aren't familiar, you took the reins, so to speak, with Death to the World, which is a huge inspiration and a blessing in the community, with the blessing of the abbot, who is now the bishop. Nathan, you're better.
Listening to this guy's microphone is really pain in the ass. So I'm just gonna switch to something else.
Τον αθέησον
The problem with this analog recordings is that there is like so much noise when it comes to higher frequencies, mids or something. Dude, oh, I'm getting really tired. I also think I'm gonna finish for today. I thought I'm gonna finish this 2 figures here, but there is just more work to do here, and I'm gonna continue with that tomorrow evening or something. Anyway, I thank all of you who are here following my madness. Love you all and see you.